Well, you know what time it is.
All right, all right. Welcome everybody to our Saturday 1 p.m. live stream. So we do this every Saturday at 1 p.m. Today's topic is going to be on us doing a full service on this car behind us. We've already done a lot of work, such as tune-ups. We already did plugs and wires, coil, throttle body. These are all really big things. We do have a small little tweak that we are going to have to fix. The idle is a bit too high with this throttle body that's on here. There is an adjustment screw, so we will have to go in, loosen up that screw, and make that adjustment. Let me check the chats here before I go into any of the announcements for today, guys. And the audio should be nice and crisp and clear for you guys. I am running an additional microphone. So now when I'm explaining things and I walk away from the microphone, you guys should be able to hear me, where before you guys were not able to. Just checking out a few things here. Hi, my producer is in here. Awesome, awesome. I'm going to go ahead and pin that comment right away. All right, thank you guys for tuning in on this Saturday. So what we've got behind us is an '03 Honda Accord. This has got the 2.4 liter in it. And this thing's got a little bit of miles. This car's got about 135,000 on it. And everything we've done to this so far has really kind of helped bring this car up to a really good level. We're not quite there yet. We have an O2 sensor that we need to replace. We need to adjust this idle that I was talking about. And we do need to put some Freon in the AC system. So it doesn't have enough Freon. It's not cooling like it's supposed to. So we're going to put one full can in, and I will show you guys how to do that in this stream. Give me ones if the audio sounds nice and crisp and clean. There's been a lot of work done to this audio, guys. The last 2 days have been a sprint to get this thing set up for you guys. One if it's nice and clean. Awesome, awesome. I'm going to run through my sound effects quick because I was fighting sound effects before I started this stream. Let me hit about 4 sound effects, and then I want you guys to give me a 1 if it sounds good, 2 if it doesn't. Okay. If you heard all of those nice and clean, give me a 1. If they were cutting out or choppy, give awesome, awesome, awesome. So these sound effects have been a bit of a nightmare over the last probably 4 hours for me, guys. But awesome. Let me check how we're doing. Make sure I'm set up on everything. Okay. All right, I'm just double checking some stuff for you guys. All right, we're going to get into today's topic. So, the Honda Civic behind us, guys. We've done a lot of work to this thing. We got a lot more to do. Unfortunately, I will probably have to take the airbox back off of this car so I can access that idle screw. I need to bring that idle back down. It's way too high. I'm idling right around 1,000 RPMs. I need to be down between 600 and 700 RPMs. That's ideal. You don't want to be below 600. It could cause the vehicle to stall out. You don't want to be above 700 because you'll just burn fuel needlessly. So that's one thing that I do need to adjust on this car. But that we're going to have to start the car to adjust. So we're not going to do that right now. The important thing is to get the oil dropped, get a new filter on it, get this thing refilled with fresh oil, and then start our service part of this. So because I've got this mic now, I'm going to check audio as I go, but I should be able to talk to you guys as I'm moving around and doing stuff. This is going to help speed up our repairs so much faster. Plus, when I move farther away from the mic, like now, I was having problems with it a few weeks ago. Now, I'm hoping that's all fixed. But let's go ahead and discuss what we've got. We're going to have to change our filter, and we're going to need some sockets. So, what I did is, because I do enough oil changes, I want to have all the sockets I need for all the vehicles. I don't want to have one that I'm missing and then I can't do an oil change, or I have to use a tool that I really don't like using. I don't like using chain wrenches or ratchets where you wrap a chain around a handle and crank the filter loose. Number one, you don't always have enough room. If you don't have room to get in there, you're going to be less likely to change that filter. And shitty repair shops will skip changing filters. And this is something you have to watch out for. I've said it before in many videos. So how I fix that, I do enough oil changes that I can justify an expenditure like this. If you want to, you can get this on Amazon. This is a 31-piece kit. It has everything you need. It's not missing anything out of it. It even comes with the tool that I don't like using, which is that chain wrench. But inside this kit, I have everything I need. I have every socket. I even have ones that are for plastic, the ones with the plastic caps. These are really, really good to have, because if you're changing oil on different vehicles and you don't know what you've got, this is a nice kit to have. If you have a fleet of vehicles and not all of them are the same year, make, and model, this is also a nice kit to have. It will give you everything you need, and you'll be able to do what you need to do. Theirs comes with a piece for a ratchet. It's going to be a 1/2-inch drive. 1/2-inch drive is a little big. I don't need something a 1/2-inch drive because you're going to wind up probably twisting the threads off, but that's what it came with. So that's what we're going to use. And I could use the wrench that's in the kit that came with it, or I could just use a 1/2-inch ratchet. Yes, from Aim High, my producer. If you guys got any chats, chat them in. We will definitely chat with you live and help you guys with your own repair. I am going to suspend the super chats for a little while until we get our community built back up. We've done a lot of changes here, and those changes have caused us to do a little bit different process. If I'd be streaming from a mobile device, I could probably do something like that. But guys, I changed my whole setup. I went with a much better quality to bring you guys a much higher quality stream. Everything from the mics that we added to better internet to using a laptop versus a cell phone. All of these things were done to do a higher production quality for you guys. And I'm really happy with how far we've come with this. There's more to do. And some of the things we've already added, we could use when we decide to go to a car show. If that's something you guys want to see, make sure you guys chat in down below. And I will probably try to line up a car show yet this year. I don't know exactly when or where, but it's something that I'm looking at doing. And if I don't get to it by the end of this season, it is something we are going to add for next season. We do have two major car shows in the state that I live in, and one of them is a Back to the 50s. The other one is the U.S. Hot Rod Nationals. So those are two really big car shows that I could go to and bring you guys content. Talk to the owners of the cars. We could bring you guys this content. This is all new stuff that we are trying. So we are working on developing our setup so that when we do go on location, we can still bring you guys really high quality streams. So I'm just glad I got that out there for you guys. That was something that I definitely wanted to talk about. But now that we've done that, we've got our socket. Let's grab our wrench. Let's get underneath the car. Before you crawl underneath, you know you're going to have to take a drain plug loose. That drain plug should be a 15 millimeter. I always grab a 14 and a 17 and a 13 if I've never done the oil change on the car, because those are the only other options for wrenches that you're going to need to take that drain plug loose. I'm also going to put my drain pan down and basically get under the car. When I'm under there, I will move everything around. I'll bring the camera down so you guys can see what I'm doing. So like I said, first time I've done this oil change, so I have my ratchet with my extension. This is about a 6-inch extension. I may not need this. I might have it on the side of the engine, so I won't be able to use the extension. I might have to take it off and just use the ratchet, but I bring it with so I don't have to get up. Next step is I'm bringing all of my wrenches. These are the wrenches that I told you guys about here just a little bit ago. A 17, a 15, a 14, and a 13. This covers probably about 90% of the drain plugs out there unless somebody has done something additional. So if they've done something additional, chances are you're going to have to figure out what that is and then maybe get up and get the right tool. Jake, good to have you in here. Awesome, awesome. So guys, we also do top fan chats as well. So we pay attention to the rankings as you guys chat in. And for people that are not mods, this is a good opportunity for you guys to get in and become part of the mod squad. If you guys rank in the top 3 in top fans for the day, you will get a wrench. If you add valuable information to the chat or help out other people in the chat with their automotive project, you will get a wrench as well. My mods, you guys are awesome. I love having you guys in here. You guys help moderate the chat. You guys help highlight things. It really does help me do things a lot smoother. So, Jay, good to have you in here today. Got to come up with a better sound effect. I mean, I probably could. That one's my transition as well, so. Awesome. Nice, you got that account back. Cool. Yeah, I know you've been on your other one for a while. So yeah, it's good to see you back on. Jay, give me a one if the audio quality is much better than before, and if my picture is really good. Give me ones if everything looks really good. Awesome. All right, so my producer is saying that my transition sound effect cut out. Let me try it again. It might have cut out at the bottom based on what I just saw. Give me a second to see if I can adjust that. Mm, actually, I think I'm going to remove that one. Yeah, I'm going to remove that filter, guys. All right, so let me try this one more time with the transition. Tell me if this is good. Give me one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually far more composed. I'm just a little bit absolutely livid.
Okay, is that better, guys? Did I get my audio back? Okay, so I think I got it back. I got to put my filters back on. Something went haywire there. This is all new technology, guys, so please work with us as we get all of this figured out. Let me see if that does really good on the noise suppression. All right, so that does really good. Okay, give me ones if everything's sounding good now. All right, you guys got me now. I think I figured out what happened. One of my um, one of my sound filters is really goofing up, guys. So I'm not able to use that one. So yeah, one of my sound filters is just, it's not working right. So I will do a different one to try to get rid of some of this AC noise for you guys. All right. Yes, from my producer, Aim High. Thank you, guys, for being patient as we work through some of these technical difficulties. This is all new stuff, so we are really kind of learning as we go. And I spent the last 2 days solid trying to learn all this stuff. So, um, yeah, lot to learn. Big curve. One of the filters that I use for my sound, what it does is it's supposed to do filtration and take out background noise, but it's so aggressive that it wipes my sound out. So I had to go in, reset. I know this is a bunch of stuff that isn't really car related, but hey, we got to deal with this stuff live. We do these things live so you guys learn. It isn't just working on cars here. We talk about news topics. We talk about how I'm doing with these setups. You know, I share this information with you guys. It's what we do. So give me ones if everything sounds really good and you guys are not getting a bunch of background noise. J. Awesome. AMI. Awesome. Okay. So I'm going to get into this repair. We've done this enough right now, guys. Let's move forward. All right. So I'm going to move the whole stand around here. And we've already got the car lifted up. I'm going to bring the camera down under the car. Seems to be a little harder to see, so I will try adding a flashlight while I'm under there. Make sure my sound, all right, yes, sound is still good. All right, so up underneath here, we're looking for the oil pan. Usually those can be found because it'll be a metal pan. This one's a little rusty. In fact, kinda rusty. This tells me this vehicle was driven in a major metropolitan area where salt is used quite liberally. Not that I like that word too much, but it is what it is. So we will also have an O2 sensor that we will have to deal with. This will be back on the pipe that comes down. So that's there, but we want to start with our drain plug. Looking at it, we'll try a 15. This is why we grab a lot of different wrenches when we're working on this stuff, guys, because we just don't know what we're going to run into if we haven't worked on this vehicle before. So this one is going to be a 13 millimeter. And I will need to make sure I turn that drain plug in the right direction so I don't twist it. Okay. So I am doing a doubled up wrench trick. Not sure how easy it is to see this here. I don't want to flash the camera and blind you guys, but I'm doing a doubled up wrench trick where I use one wrench for the bolt, another one that's a little larger to go over the jaw on the wrench. What this does is it doubles it up and gives me more torque to break the bolt loose. Somebody really wanted to make sure that wasn't coming off. That was on there really tight. Rubbing my mic on the car. So this is coming out very tight, guys. I am deeply concerned that somebody cross-threaded this. If they did, we are looking at putting a new oil pan on this. So right now I'm just Slowly trying to work it back and forth so I don't damage threads. These threads are damaged. This could turn into a bad repair really, really fast, guys. These are not things we like to see when we're working on cars. We don't like these drain plugs being this tight. Once we crack them loose, we should easily be able to remove the drain plug without it feeling like it's really torqued in there. And this oil is extremely dirty. All right, so we're draining right now. This is giving us a chance to get that engine oil out, and I'm looking at the threads. The threads do seem to be cut really deep, and the edge of the thread is really sharp. That tells me that somebody has probably cross-threaded that drain plug at one time. That's a horrible thing. All it's going to take is somebody to over-tighten it one more time and to strip those threads out. I will be extremely careful putting it back in that I don't accidentally cross-thread it even more than what it is. That plug has to go tight because if it loses oil at all, it's going to drip out between the next oil change. So it's got to go tight. And like I said, this pan was really rusty. So this kind of gives me an idea that maybe it's time to consider telling the customer that they need a new oil pan. But usually before I do that, I look at how the rest of the car is, how it's running, and obviously the difficulty of taking the oil pan out. This one has an additional bell housing piece that we might not be able to pull this oil pan without pulling the engine. At that point, that repair does total this car out. This car is not worth investing in oil pan if we have to pull the engine to do it. Just letting this oil drain before I crawl back in and carefully thread this one back in. While I'm doing that, I'm also looking for the oil filter. Okay, so this one, the oil filter is like it is on a Saturn. I have to go up from underneath and crack it loose, and it runs down along this side of the frame. That would explain why this side doesn't have any rust on it, while the other side has quite a bit. Oil keeps rust off of frames. The only bad thing is it's not so good for soaking the rest of the components. such as rubber bushings and grommets. Trying to let that completely drain before I move everything. So how this is going to work is when that's drained, I'll be able to put the plug back in it and tighten it up. Then I can move this oil pan out and loosen the filter. And then I can slide everything underneath to catch the oil. Okay, because this was not threaded in there right, I'm going to go slow. Try not to cross thread this bolt any more than what it already is. So I've talked about the technique of shortening your hand on the wrench to limit the amount of torque you put down. This is a prime example of when I'm going to do that. I am not going to really wrench hard on this since I know these threads are in such bad shape. So it's really snug right now, but I could grab this wrench and pull it and I could snap those threads off because they're really sharp, meaning there isn't much bite there and we can't put a lot of torque down on this. This bolt's not going to walk out anyway because this bolt was hard to thread in, meaning that it's going to be hard for it to come back out. We don't need to get over crazy with that and wreck it. So next, I got to get up and get that filter. So the filter that's in here is a little different size. This could also be a problem because it might not be the same filter. We are going to have to check it when I get it out. Okay, unfortunately, I'm going to use a wrench that I hate using, guys. It's the one that I absolutely despise because I do not like the quality of it at all. Just checking a few things here. Awesome. All right. So this is one that I hate using. I hate this wrench because this wrench will wreck a lot of stuff if you do it wrong. But I don't know exactly what filter they put on this, so I do need to use this one to get it loose. Okay, so the custom one worked. This is a one size fits all wrench. I don't like those. I'll show you guys it once I get it out. Once I get you guys out from underneath here. Right now my goal is just to get the oil change done so I can get you guys up top until we're ready to do that. So we're ready to do that O2 sensor back here. So I'm setting my filter right on my bucket to let it drain. I'm going to grab some rags and wipe this stuff up. I also want to make sure that the seal came off of the filter. So all filters have a rubber seal on it. That rubber seal needs to stay attached to the filter and not stay stuck to the block. What can happen is that seal will stay stuck to the block and you will have a really bad issue with the new filter sealing. So, pro tip, check your old filter before you try putting your new one on, that you don't have a sealing issue. I always wipe the mating surface of the oil filter housing. I do that to prevent any crud getting in there. So again, try to clean up after your mess before you get too carried away. But now that we got that in there, so again, my concern was that the filter is not going to be the right size because my socket was not the right size. So in order to check this, Okay, I was double checking it before I put it up in there for final. It's ready. We can go ahead and put it in there. I'm going to put a little oil on the rubber seal. We do that so it doesn't burn the rubber O-ring. If you don't put a little bit of oil around that seal, it could burn the O-ring and it'll cause it to leak oil. Okay, I'm gonna snug this filter with a wrench. Normally I only one hand tighten these filters, but this one was wobbling when it was going on and I do not like that, so I'm gonna snug it up a bit. Okay. All right, so that looks good. All that's left underneath here is to do this O2 sensor that sits right here. So it's up on the pipe up here. Everything's kind of cold yet. I probably could get in there and do that, but we're gonna move up top and get some stuff done up there, and then we'll come back down for the O2. All right. So while I was under there, we got everything put back in. Everything's nice the way it's supposed to be. My concern was how tight that drain plug was. It's a little alarming. It should not have come out that tight. Once it was loose, we should have been able to twist it out by hand. I should not have had to use the wrench to back that bolt out that far. That's a bit extreme. That being said, I also didn't like how the filter felt like it was wobbling when it was going back on the car. I brought you guys up here so we can put oil in this. There's a few things we're gonna do before we try to tackle that O2 sensor. The O2 sensor is probably gonna be last on the list. There's a bunch of stuff to do to this, guys. We got wiper arms to put on this. We've got headlights to replace. This is gonna be a big, heavy project day today. Give me ones if you guys got all of that stuff as I was doing it. Give me ones if you guys got all of that so far. I'm waiting for you guys to chat in ones. I'm grabbing all of the stuff that I need to put oil in. Mod check in, please. Let me know that I got my mods here yet. Okay. Yeah, I cut the ads back. You guys should not be getting a bunch of ads. But then again, they kind of do what they want with that. So what I was asking is if you guys had gotten all of that so far as the oil change goes. The drain plug, the oil filter kind of wobbling as it went on. Just kind of checking in that you guys got all that. We came up top to start putting oil back in. This engine does state that it wants 5W20. So that's what we're putting in this car. I took almost 5 quarts out, so I'm going to put a little bit over 4 into it and then check it. It will probably take 5 because it does have to fill the filter. Okay, I got exactly 4 in it right now. 1. Awesome. Cool. So I do need to make sure I got enough in this before I start it. And if I don't, I will bring it up to level before I start. Again, we will check after it's running as well, after I've ran it and shut it down. I'm just barely at add now, so I'm going to dump another half into it. Okay, that was half. This is your first time tuning into one of our live streams. Guys, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We do this every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central. Consider joining the members only area. We are working and building that area up for you guys so that we can bring you guys additional content, such as additional videos, how-to steps, and we are still working on merch store, but we have to get our viewership up before we can get our merch store going. So the merch store is something that we really want to work on for you guys. But in order to get that up, we have to get the channel going in the right direction. We've gone through a lot of changes, which has affected the viewership. I'm hoping now in the future with the setup now that we have, now hopefully we will be ready to rock and roll. So I got 4.5 in it. I could probably put another half in it. But before I do that, I want to start it for just a little bit, get that filter filled up. That filter will usually fill within about 30 seconds. So usually you don't have to run it for a full minute. You don't have to bring it all the way up to temp. Some vehicles you do. This one you will not have to bring it up that far, but you do need to run it and get that filter full. Okay, so we've ran it enough to get the oil up into the filter. What we're going to do next is double check our level, top it off, then we can cap the system off. Whenever you're doing a full service, we're talking full service now, guys. We're not just talking about just doing your oil change and moving on with your day. A full service is you're going to check all fluids. You're going to check coolant. You're going to check power steering. You're going to check your brake fluid. If you have transmission, you will need to heat the vehicle up and check it when it's warm. That is also something that you have to do. Now, some of these are sealed transmissions, so you can't access it, and there is no dipstick to tell you what the level is. And you cannot overfill a transmission, you will wreck it. Also, we're going to be checking tires, tire pressure. We're going to be looking at brakes. These are what you do during a full service. You also check all of your lights. We've done full services on this, but I've had to walk away from the mic and I wasn't able to clearly explain what I was doing. Now with the new setup, we can actually describe to you guys what we're doing at this time. That way you guys know when you're doing it. So let's finish the oil first. Let's get this topped off. And in order to do that, we're going to check our level to begin with before we even add any. I know it's going to be low because I know we filled that filter. Yep, we are low. It's not reading. I'm going to guess it's a full quart, but I'm going to pour the remainder of what I have before I open another jug. Okay, I'm going to let that one drain just like that. That's a way you guys can get the maximum out of a jug that you possibly can. Just by letting it drain like that. So while I'm letting that drain, what I can do is I can look in here. I can check my brake fluid, which my brake booster is back here. Pretty easy. It's clear. I can see in it. Next, I can check my coolant reservoir. My coolant reservoir is right here. I can clearly see that level. But this one, I have noticed that it doesn't necessarily pull from the reservoir like it's supposed to. So it doesn't hurt to double check by opening this up. Now remember, if the engine's hot, don't open this. This engine's cold. I can put my hand on it, meaning that this isn't going to be hot. There could still be some pressure there, so you see me holding down as I do this, and I do what I call a burp technique. What I do is I just lightly open it to vent air with my hand. You can see me rocking my elbow. What that does is if there's any pressure there, it'll burp it into this tank. The worst thing you could do is crack this open, step back, and take your hands off. Because what happens is the coolant flows straight up and then blows out everywhere, and it's going to hit you even though you're away from it. Don't ever just open this up and step back, because that pressure will actually blow the coolant right out. You want to crack it and let it flow into the overflow. Okay, we're a little low, so I'm gonna top this off. And I had a feeling it was gonna be that way because we did the throttle body. We took the coolant lines loose, and the coolant wasn't, there was no coolant in those hoses for the throttle body, which told me that our coolant might have not have been completely topped off. What this also tells me is it might not be pulling coolant out of that reservoir. So now we've topped it off completely. This thing has gone through a heat cycle, 2 heat cycles actually already. I did drive it this morning to verify that I did not have any issues with it. Cruise control worked. So when we replaced that throttle body, the old throttle body, the butterfly valve was cracked and our cruise control cable could not stay hooked to the throttle body. After putting the new throttle body in, it stays connected perfectly. So far underneath, everything's done except for that O2 sensor that we got to do. I'm done with this, so I'm going to take and set this off. I put waste oil back in here, and I have somebody who has oil heat, so they take my waste oil. Okay, I do need a little bit more. I only brought it up about halfway. So I'm going to put a little bit more into it. That should get me full. Okay, so I want to show you guys this. It'll be a little bit difficult for you guys to see it, but this dipstick has 2 holes in it. The bottom hole is you need to add oil if you don't see it in the bottom hole down here. This top one is full. You don't want to overfill the engine, so you want that oil to come right up to the bottom of that hole, but you don't want that hole to be filled. If it's filled, it could be overfull, and I am on ramps right now, meaning that it's not flat on the ground. We can't put this flat on the ground right now, so I have to leave it the way it is. I do not want to add any more oil because I could accidentally overfill at this point. So I'm going to put my funnel away. I'm really liking this new mic, guys, because this allows me to move around my garage and explain stuff to you guys while I'm getting tools or working on stuff. This has been a really nice addition to this channel, and this allows us, again, like I said earlier, for us to do car shows and things like that. So definitely a lot going on, and I'm definitely looking forward to all of that. So the reason I'm picking up a lot of tools here right now, guys, is I need to get this stuff up off the floor, because my next step either is going to be the O2 sensor or dealing with this idle issue. Idle issue might be a little bit easier to chase. We might do that first. I'll show you guys how to set your own idle. So when idling a vehicle, you want to make sure it's warm, and you need to know what base idle is. Usually base idle is between 600 to 700 RPMs. Over 700, you're using fuel. Under 600, the vehicle might stall out. So we don't want to go below 600, but we definitely want to be below 700. So kind of a tight margin that we have to be in. But in order to get at this one, I'm going to need to take the air box loose. So I need to disconnect the wire for the temp sensor. There is a temp sensor right here. We just unplug this by pressing down on the back of the plastic tab. We want to take our clamp loose. This is going to be a 5.5 millimeter socket on a quarter drive ratchet. We're going to take that loose, and then we're going to disconnect any other hoses that we may have so that we can pull this air tube out of the way. And all we're looking to do is just kind of pull this back and give us access to that screw. I'll be right back, guys. I guess we're going to test the range of this mic because I got to go all the way out to my truck that's out at the street because I had a customer call me and the customer asked, hey, I'm getting a funny smell in my car. Well, in order to figure out what was going on there, I needed to open up the air box. We had just put a filter in it, but the filter had a problem. That problem with the filter was that the AC drain had plugged. And because that AC drain had plugged, what it actually did was get everything wet inside the air box. Their floor was getting wet, everything was getting wet. This was in that Audi that was here not too long ago. And that water got into the filter and started to mold. And because it started molding, I needed to pull it out. Well, the car was at their work. I couldn't wait for them to bring it because they were going to use it the next few days. I actually got a new filter here for it. I do have to put that filter in, but that'll be later on. I'm not going to do that probably on video today. I did that during the service on the Audi, so you guys saw that. But that filter had got moldy, so I had to pull it out to make sure I could get rid of, they were saying they were getting a rotten egg smell. It's usually a sign that there was moisture, the moisture dried up, and now you have a rotting smell. Usually that rotting is coming from the paper filter. Give me ones if you guys heard that whole thing while I walked out to my truck. Ones if you guys heard everything I said as I walked out to the truck on that Audi. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That means I walked quite a ways away from the stream, and my camera did an excellent job picking up my sound. Awesome. This is great news, guys. This means that when we're at shows and stuff like that, I can bring mics around. I can actually walk a little farther from the camera, and I don't need to worry about being right on top of the camera. This is awesome. So, what I'm doing is I'm taking this clamp loose, trying to back off this bolt. Okay, so I got that out of the way. I need to look down in there now and see exactly how I can get in there to back this idle down. So, I will give you guys a peek here of what I'm doing. I'm not going to be able to keep you guys there because I need to be able to get in here. It's going to be a tight area. So, down in here, there is a set screw. That set screw is set screw, guys. Trying to get my hand down in there. That's how hard this is going to be. It's right there. That's where that set screw is. It's right next to the mounting bolt. It's actually really close to the throttle linkage down here. There, you can see it right above my light. It's a little black set screw. Now that set screw should have a torque in it. It should use a 6-sided torque bit that I could use to back that screw out. We want to back the screw out so that the throttle linkage drops down farther. That's how we're going to set this idle. So the reason we have to set this idle is 1,000 to 1,100 RPMs is way too high of an idle. We're going to use a lot of fuel if we leave it that way. So we need to get in there, turn that set screw back so that the throttle goes down farther. Because what that base screw is doing is holding the throttle body open. That's what's giving it the idle. It holds it open to let it idle. If we back it off, we're closing that throttle body, which lowers our RPMs. So hopefully that made sense to you guys. So I grab a full kit so I can figure out what I need. It's going to be a little difficult to chase these down. Let me check some of my stats here, guys. Just gonna check some of my info. Awesome. So we will be doing news towards the end, guys. That's how we do this. We do our projects and then we get into the news after. I don't anticipate a lot with the news today, so the project is going to be a little bit heavier. We're trying to do a lot of different stuff because this car needs to get done so that my customer can start using it. And I might bring my customer in and see if they want to be on video about what they're planning on using this car for. And the reason why we're going through and restoring everything back to the way it should be. Most of the time you'll buy a used car, especially if it's an old one like this, and you won't get super carried away with doing massive repairs on it. But for this customer, it is really important that we do this because this vehicle will transport people. He's setting up a project where he will give people rides to and from their jobs for a short period of time until they get on their feet. And in order to do that, he needs a reliable car to do that. But because this is a new business venture, he couldn't just go out and buy a brand new car. You can't justify buying a brand new car on a startup business such as this. It will actually hurt you in the long run. Because yes, you could write the car off, but you're also putting yourself in a bad spot that if you don't get enough people to go along with what you're trying to do for the business, and you're making a brand new car payment, what'll happen is it's going to hurt you very quickly. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm looking down in there trying to get all the tools that I need to do this job. I will need a deep socket. I'm going to guess a 7 or 8 mil socket. I will need that ratchet that I just used, and I'm going to need an extension. I'm going to go with a fairly long extension because I got plenty of room up top, so I don't need to worry about it hitting anything, but I do need to be up away from everything. Okay, 8 mil. Okay, so I cracked the nut loose. When you crack the nut loose, it can still move around. So we have to be careful with the set screw that I don't get too carried away yet. Okay, so I'm going to plug my sensor back in for my temp sensor because all this does is adjusts intake air temp. That's all it's doing. So I can plug this sensor back in and leave the hose down. I can start the car because I don't have a mass airflow sensor. If you have a mass airflow sensor, that tube has to be connected. But because there's no mass airflow, we can just hook up our sensors, go ahead and start the car so we can set this base idle. All right, so I know that got a little noisy there, guys. Yeah, when I run a car, I can't silence that noise out because it's operating at about the same frequency as I talk, so that doesn't work. What I've got right now is my RPMs are sitting right at 700. That means that's pretty good. Now I could let this thing fully warm up, check the base idle, and I plan on doing that, but I'm not gonna do that here. So all I did was turn my set screw out, twist the locking nut down. Now, before I go and tighten this up, what I'm gonna do is back this out just a hair more. And then I'm going to bring that nut tight on the flange. Before I put my wrench on it and tighten it up. This has to be tight. The reason I backed it off just a hair more was so that when I tightened it, it'll be close to the same idle point that I was at. Okay, and if I want to double check it, I can start the car again. Sometimes you got to go through this process like 3 or 4 times to get it down where you want it. All right, so adjusting our base idle, we got it right on the first try. We don't need to go back in and readjust this. I've already tightened it down. Now all that's left is to put the air box back on and tighten up that 5.5 millimeter screw. In this case, a bolt, but yeah. So what I'm doing is getting everything tightened down tight in its place before I run my clamps down. I want to get this clamp tight for the intake tube. I do not want an air leak there. That one is really important for us to get tight. If it doesn't get tight, what can happen is we'll wind up sucking dirt and debris past the filter. We don't want to do that. Plus, it could throw off our sensor when the vehicle's running for a long period of time if your intake tubes are not connected. Again, if you have a mass airflow sensor, this trick will not work. In order to adjust your base idle, your intake tube has to be attached. It's a very tight area. It's hard to get into. Now, most throttle bodies have adjustment screws unless they are a drive-by-wire system. What is a drive-by-wire system? Let's cover this real quick. So a drive-by-wire system means that your throttle body is attached to a wire. There is no cables to adjust. And what can happen is that when your throttle body goes bad, it's because something electronically went bad with the throttle body, not physically bad. This one was cable driven and it physically went bad because part of the throttle body broke that holds the cruise control into place. We have fixed that and put a new throttle body on it, making sure that the cruise control now works. So that's a good thing. We fixed that issue. In the drive-by-wire systems, there is no set screw to adjust your idle because nothing is mechanical. Everything is ran by the computer. This is why you guys have to watch out what you buy. Because if you buy the wrong vehicle, it could wind up costing you in the long run. Something for you guys to consider when you're dealing with vehicles like this. So, usually older ones, mechanical and are adjustable. Newer vehicles are drive-by-wire. Drive-by-wire, you cannot adjust. That's what you need to know. So, we have tied up everything underneath, topped off all of our fluids. Our windshield washer fluid's already topped off. I already did that a while ago. We already checked all of our oil levels. Everything looks good. Normally you would check your battery, but we just put this battery in, so there's nothing for us to check. Next, we can move around to doing our visual inspection on the outside. We can turn on our lights, turn on our turn signals and our four-way flashers, make sure all of those work. Check our license plate light, make sure those work. Also, we're going to need to check the tires. Now, this vehicle is going to get a little bit of an additional service. We are going to pull the tire off and look at the brakes. We may need to put a set of brakes in the front of this car. It might be something that we have to do. Okay, I got to figure out what's going on with those ads. Let me go into this right now, because this is really starting to piss me off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually far more composed. I'm just a little bit absolutely livid.
So what's happening is they're putting way too many ads on my stuff, and I need to fix this. May not let me do it midstream. Okay. Yeah, it won't allow me to adjust. So guys, what I might look at doing here for the future, What I might do for the future, guys, is I might choose to hold off on the ads while I am live streaming and turn them on after the stream has ended. So I may choose to not monetize my video until after I've completed the live stream. Okay. My producer's already giving me the heart emoji going. That's what they want to see. So yeah, I can't fix it today. I would have to end the stream, come back in, and it'll completely screw it up. So I can't do it today. But starting next week, guys, for you, I'm going to shut off the ads for next week, and I will turn ads back on after the video has completed. This also gives you guys that are here doing the lives with us, it'll give you guys a little bit more incentive to want to stick with the video. At the same time, the people that catch it on the replay, they're going to have to skip the ads or watch them. I know it's not the best move for my platform. I would be better off playing the ads, but I don't like the interruptions while we're doing the projects, and I can't just flip it on and off like between the news or whatever. So what I'm probably going to have to do is just turn it off for the live, turn it back on once the stream has completed. So next week, guys, we'll have that ironed out for you. As of today, though, I'm looking in here, making sure everything up top is finished, because we've already adjusted idle. I knew that was a problem. We've topped off all the fluids, made sure everything is connected. Everything's running beautiful upstairs. So where we're running into problems is we are getting a check engine light. That check engine light is due to an O2 sensor. That O2 sensor is going bad because the heating element in it failed. Yes, my producer said it too. If you guys really support us and rock with us, watch the ads. It gives us AdSense. It allows us to do what we're doing. I couldn't do the upgrades that I've done to this channel so far if you guys weren't watching the videos, if you guys weren't watching the ads. I wouldn't be able to do any of that. So we really do want to grow this channel this year. This is the point. We're trying to bring you guys merch, but we got to get the views going in the right direction after switching everything over to 4K. Well, it's not 4K yet. We want to go 4K, but we can't yet. But we are streaming at 1080p, which is high definition. So this should be really high definition video for you guys. It shouldn't be grainy. All the text that you guys see should look really sharp and crisp, because I'm bringing it to you guys at 1080p. So eventually I want to go to 4K, but I won't be able to 4K when I'm at a car show either, because I'm streaming from my cell phone, which is using cell data. Yeah, and it all depends on how many cell phones are in the area. You guys get the idea. That being said, I'm looking at this, trying to figure out what else I need to be concerned with before I move on to that O2 sensor. Now, there is other things that I need to do, such as change out my wiper blades, and I need to change out these headlights. Headlights might have to be a next week item, guys. I don't want to push it off that far, but I can't do all of this in one video today. I would like to, because this customer wants other things done to this car, and one of them I have to send the car out to get it done. And it's called a fish bowl delete. It's where you don't look like a fish inside of a bowl. You guys get the idea. So to change out our wiper blades, I'm going to press a tab from underneath. This should disconnect the wiper blade. Okay. So here's our old one. And the reason we're changing this is the rubber on the blade is folding over. When it folds over, it's not going to wipe the window very cleanly. And you can usually tell is if you have plastic on it and it's rubbing on the back side, that means it's scraping on the window. Now, this window has some cracks in it. They do need to replace this glass, but we can go ahead and clean this up and get new blades on it so it actually works right. So if you have a Honda Accord, let's say an 03, you're gonna have two different size wiper blades. I use the Rain-X Latitude blade. This is a beam style blade, meaning it doesn't have the weird pinch points like a normal wiper blade does. And these will work good in very cold weather. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So my producer said the video is looking awesome, guys. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to upgrade everything and bring you guys a lot higher quality. And then we will work on additional content for you guys. So this one has a tab right here that you unsnap like this. You can slide your wiper blade in, then you click this closed. That's how it holds on to the wiper arm. Okay, and it clicks in too. So it clicked in, when I pushed it up, it clicked in, and then I folded that tab back down. That's how the wiper blade went back in. The only reason I bring up wiper blades, guys, this is the most basic thing you can do in your driveway that really does help you drive in bad weather. Okay. So I'm just doing one at a time, snapping these off. Like I said, these blades are folded over and are rubbing on the window. We do not want this. And what I do with every set of wiper blades, no matter what the car looks like or what shape the window is in, this is an important detail. Do not skip this. If you put new wiper blades on, clean your window before you put the blade back onto the window. If you don't do this step, you could actually tear the brand new wiper blades if there's any rocks or debris on the window. So clean that stuff off before you put the blade down. So the blade's not touching, I'm holding it, and I'm keeping it up off of the glass. Now that it's snapped in, I'm gonna lift this one up. Okay, I gotta look at that. It looks like they might have a loose wiper arm. Things like this, like twigs left down in there, that can really kind of tear up a brand new wiper blade. So take the time to pull that stuff out of the way. because the glass is broken already, all I'm doing is just knocking a layer of the debris off, cleaning up underneath where the wiper arms sit to clean away any debris that would tear that wiper blade when we put it down for the first time. If you have a cracked window, it's better to replace the window before you put your new blades on. That's the pro tip here, but sometimes that's not really an option. Sometimes your blades will be broken. Wind might grab them. There's a various number of reasons that you'd have to put a new wiper blade on with a cracked window. So I remove the yellow strip, set the wiper arm down. Come over here and I'll clean the other side. Then I can do the same with that wiper blade. Usually I will do the windows if I'm replacing wiper blades for a customer. Just kind of a nice thing to do for the customer is I'll clean up the windows, try to get a layer of the bug guts off sometimes. I live in a northern climate, so bugs are really bad in the summer. So I will usually try to knock a layer of bugs off and clean up the glass the best I can. Okay, new blades are on and down. Another project done. This gets us one more step closer to calling this car completed. Let's move on to checking tires, guys. Tires are something you should check on every single service, and you should check every single tire. So I'm going to bring you guys down so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so here's our tire. We're going to do 2 checks on each tire. I'm going to show you what I do on one tire, but I'm not going to show them on all tires because there's just no point. It's going to be the same process for each tire. You just need to know what you have to do to each tire. So, 2 tools that you're going to need. Number 1, a tire gauge. It's a must-have. Next, you need a tire tread depth gauge. You're going to press the gauge all the way down. You're going to go in the middle of the tire and press the gauge down onto the base of the tire. What this does is gives you a reading of how many 30 seconds or millimeters you have left on that tire. Let's cover real quick what you need to know with the 30 seconds. So this tire is at 730 seconds. Usually new tires are about 10 to 11 30 seconds. They don't come more than usually a ½ inch of tread. I guess that's okay, but in winter climate, you're gonna need a little bit more than that. Usually you wanna be closer to the 1 inch mark. Really hard to get though. Usually truck tires, off-road tires are usually about anywhere from 16 to 18, 30 seconds. That's usually a pretty good off-road tire. So this one being at 730 seconds, if this was a 1030 seconds brand new, we've lost 330 seconds on this tire since it's been on the car. Replacement of these tires, if it's on a steer, meaning that it's on the front of the vehicle where it turns, these need to be at 430 seconds. Once it gets below 430 seconds, you need to replace them. On the back, it's 230 seconds. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to check the temperature, or not the temperature, but I'm going to check the air pressure in the tire. So we are at 43 pounds on this tire. What I need to do is look and see what the max PSI is on this tire. Max PSI for this tire is 51, meaning that when we're going down the road, we do not want the tire pressure to go over 51 pounds in this tire. At 34, this tire is actually underinflated, and we're losing fuel mileage because the tire is flat on the bottom with the amount of pressure that we're putting on the car. What we want to do is air that up. What that does is lowers the rolling resistance. The flatter the tire is on the bottom, the higher your rolling resistance is, meaning that it takes more force to move the car because the tires have less air in it. You can actually increase fuel mileage by increasing your air pressure, but you have to do it carefully. On a car like this, we could safely go to 40 PSI on this tire and not ever come close to that 51 max that this tire says it could have in it. So at 40 PSI, we would be sitting really good on this tire, and we have lower rolling resistance, which will save us fuel mileage. So that being said, I'm going to set this up right now, and I'm going to air up all of these tires. And I had a feeling it was going to do this to me. I had a feeling that the tires were not going to be aired up where we needed them, and that I was going to have to hook this up. And what this shows you guys is how we can bring topics like this to you guys. And now that I can move around the garage, I don't have to stand in one place to do this. So I've got my tire gauge all set up. This thing has a gauge on it. It's inaccurate to 2 pounds, meaning that if I want 40, I need to put 42 in it. Okay. So what I always do is I double check after I filled the tire, because I want to know how accurate my gauge is, and this tells me. So I filled it just below 42, and I'm actually at about 41. So the needle was closer to 43, I'm at 41. Now, I can lower this down until I'm at 40. Okay, I'm at 40. So I'm going to move on to the next tire. I'm going to go ahead and complete all these tires. I'll just give you guys camera shots here as I move around the car. Also, you need to make sure that it is the same brand of tire and the same model of tire. Don't increase the air pressure on the tire thinking that you're in good shape, and then you find out that you had a different style tire on the back and you overinflated it. Again, you can check the sidewall for max PSI, but remember, that's max even if the car's on the highway for long periods of time, which means the tire is going to get hot. You want to stay very far away from that 51. but you also don't want to be so low that you're adding rolling resistance to the vehicle. Okay, we're at 40 PSI. I gotta go do the other tires on the other side. And you also want to check your spare tire when you're doing your service, guys. Don't ignore that spare tire, because if you get stuck on the side of the road, your spare tire might be the only option you have to get off of the road. And the only way you'll get off the road is to make sure that that spare tire is aired up. We will do the spare tire in just a bit, guys. Okay, I'm going to go over to the other side and do the other tire real quick. Always have your tires at the same PSI if you have the same tire on the car all the way around. Don't run one tire at an extremely low PSI while your other ones are up higher. It still does not help the rolling resistance if you have one tire that's low. All right, so checking your spare tire. On a car, your spare tire is in the trunk. You can access it either with a key fob, or usually there'll be a lever on the floor or the dashboard to pop open the trunk. Once you get the trunk open, there's going to be a cover. That cover needs to be taken off so that you have access to the spare tire. So what I'm doing is I'm actually pulling this spare tire out for you guys. Here's the reason I'm pulling it out. There's so much I need to cover with this tire that it just makes sense for me to pull this out and bring it up to you guys. So, here is our spare tire. It's a donut, is what it's called. These are what these are. These are donuts. I can tell already, this one's flat. Look at how it bounces when I hit it. This is flat. So, let's go ahead and check it real quick to see what our PSI is at right now. Take some guesses in the chat right now, guys. What do you think the PSI is at on this tire that is a spare tire? I know already, but I want to see if you guys know. Go ahead and put it in the chat. Guess what PSI this tire is right now. I'll wait for you guys. I want to see what you guys say. All right. A guess from Aim High, my producer, says 35. Well, here's a good reason why you bring your car to a shop that you trust. This is the reason why. This tire has 0 air pressure in it. 0. I put the gauge on it. It doesn't move the needle. So, if you were on the side of the road with a blown tire and you needed to get off the side of the road, this spare tire wasn't going to do it. So, this one also has a max PSI of 60. So what I do with my spare tires is I usually bring them up close to the max so that I can check them over time. Okay, so this one is now, according to my gauge, was at 60 PSI. When I double check it with this, I'm at 59. I will call that good. The next time this vehicle comes in for a service, I'm going to check this tire. And if this tire is down more than 20 pounds, I'm going to take this tire in and have it serviced. How do you service these? You take it to a tire shop. They will take this tire off the bead and check the bead to make sure that the bead's not rusty. On these old school steel rims, what can happen is the valve stems can go bad and it can leak out of the valve stem. It can also start leaking from the seal on the side of the tire. Those are the 2 areas that need to be checked. But right now, I have to hit this one pretty hard to get it to bounce. And I can feel that there is air pressure in this tire, where before there was no air pressure in this tire. This would be good enough to get somebody off the road now because there's air pressure in this tire. This is not something to ignore on your service. Most people do. Most quick change oil places don't check this. This will get you in trouble on the side of the road because you won't be able to get the vehicle off the side of the road with a flat tire on the car. You will need to put your spare on. So checking your spare on every oil change service, super important. So guys, hit that like button and hit the subscribe button. We bring you guys solid content like this every single week. This is the stuff that keeps you guys from having massive repair bills and being stranded on the side of the road. All right, so that is done. Spare tire is checked, tires are checked, engine stuff is done, new wiper blades are on. And I do need to do a little bit of cleanup, but here's the thing. We have to tackle this O2 sensor. It's bad. I can't leave it on the car for the customer. It's throwing a check engine light. Remember what I said about this car. This car was going to haul people. Meaning if it's going to haul people, it is safer for me to make sure that the check engine lights are not on when I give this vehicle back to them. That's one thing that will throw that check engine light and make sure that they have to get it fixed. So now that it's here and it's shut down and we're bringing it up to level, now is the time to check that. Also, we do need to check brakes. Brakes are pretty simple, guys. All we do is jack up one tire, pull it off, look at the pad, look at the rotor, and we can verify whether or not we need to replace components. So we are going to do that as well. But I do need to clean up some of these hoses and move you guys back a little bit because I do need to roll. All right. There we go. So like I said again, guys, we do this every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central. This is when we go live. Just checking some of my stream info. Okay. So. And guys, you might ask, why do we do this as lives? Well, we do this live because then you guys get to see the problems that we run into. If I did this as pre-record like everyone else does, you guys wouldn't see the real struggles because in pre-record, they edit out a lot of that stuff. They don't keep in what is actually what you need to know. They won't show you the struggle that you'll go through with certain things. Like the drain plug, they might have just edited out and showed them pulling the drain plug and the oil coming out, but they won't explain how tight the threads were and why this is a problem and what we would have to do to fix it if we stripped it out. These are things that get missed when people do pre-record videos, which is why I stopped doing pre-record, which is why I went to live stream. Also, this is helping me bring you guys additional content, other stuff that we do. And we're going to grow and do a lot more stuff for you guys. We've already talked about quite a bit of it in this video already, so I won't drag on about that. Like I said, the reason I'm cleaning up now, normally I save my cleanup for the very end and I just do it after I'm off with you guys, but we're doing so much today. This is going to be a big video, guys. Again, make sure you guys hit that like button, hit the subscribe. I know I'm droning on about it a little bit here, but you guys, this is how we grow the channel. This is how we get more reach, is you guys hit that like button and hit the subscribe button during the live streams, because what that does is it gives us momentum as we're trying to build the channel. We need to do this if we want to do merch, if we want to do other things, if we want to do road trips and do car shows. These are all things we got to get rolling before I start adding that stuff in on the channel. So. Okay, I'm keeping my creeper here because I do have to do that O2. All right, headphone warnings. If you guys are wearing headphones, I need to disconnect my air hose. I know that got loud. I put a limiter on mine, so it should not have gotten super loud, but still, that is it's always loud when I disconnect the air compressor. Just to give you guys an idea, this box was full of parts before I started this project. I also had parts laying outside of this box that had more parts in it. So the fact that this box is now empty and this is the only box that's left, we're not quite done because there's one box hidden. That's for our headlights. So 2 boxes left. This is one of them. Headlights might actually be another video. Before I get too carried away, I'm going to get cleaned up and we're going to explain this O2 sensor to you guys. This is something that is super, super important. And there's a right way to do an O2 sensor and a wrong way. I need to explain the right way to you guys because this project could go sideways really fast. And I need to explain to you what'll happen if it does. And it's not something that I can prevent because this is something that happens because of the age of the vehicle. It happens because of rust. It happens because of corrosion. It happens because exhaust pipes do get thin over time. So we want to prevent any issues with our O2 sensor going bad. And in order to do that, sometimes we are forced to change them. But I'm going to give you guys the secrets. When you're dealing with O2 sensors, there's a right way to do them and a wrong way. The wrong way, trying to get you guys straightened out there. The wrong way to do them is to take your O2 sensor out and then not chase the threads. You must chase the threads on an O2 sensor. Here's the reason why. Is when the old one comes out, there's going to be a lot of crust and corrosion from being stuck inside that pipe. What'll happen is it doesn't allow the threads to come out very cleanly when you remove the old one. If you just go and twist the new one in, it cross threads the new one because the threads are new. And you're trying to stick it in something that has dirty, crusty threads. So you have to prevent that by chasing the threads on the new O2 sensor. And how I do that is I bought a kit. Guys, don't be afraid of buying stuff on Amazon. This is how we do projects and save ourselves money. This O2, if you took it to a shop, could run you anywhere from $200 to $500 to change an O2 sensor. This is something you could do in your driveway, but there is some dangers to this. Allow me to explain. When you're removing an O2 sensor, you have to watch out for one thing. And that one thing is rust and corrosion. Rust and corrosion will do more damage to everything. And the more you try to wrench on it when it doesn't feel like it's going to go, higher chance you're either going to break the pipe, break an exhaust gasket, or you're going to do damage to the exhaust somewhere else, especially on old exhaust systems. So what you have to do is heat it up. Again, I talked about heat not too long ago, but let me cover it right here. On an O2 sensor, you're going to have a piece that's welded to the exhaust that the O2 sensor threads into. What you need to do is heat around the O2, but don't heat the O2 sensor. Leave the O2 sensor as cold as you possibly can, but heat around that O2 sensor. You're going to need one more thing that appears in every mechanic's toolbox, and everyone laughs at mechanics that have it in there, but the good mechanics know why it's in there. Let me see if you guys know why in the chat. What is one thing that's in a toolbox that most mechanics have that people are like, why would that be in there? Let's see if you guys get the reason why. I'm waiting for this one because, yeah, I'm holding it in my hand right now, but I don't want to show you yet. the one thing that a mechanic will have in their toolbox that everyone is asking, why would you have that in your toolbox? Okay, probably don't have any good guesses. So let me check and see how we're doing on our stream. Cool. Awesome, awesome. All right, so I will spill the secret sauce. What every mechanic, and a good mechanic, has in their toolbox, and most people are we don't have it because we're going to color a picture. We have these for a specific reason. We have these in our toolbox so that when we heat something up, we can press the wax into it, which allows the part to come out. This is what we use in warm or cold climates when we have rust. Guys, if you're in the rust belt down south and you guys are struggling with fasteners, get yourself a box of crayons, heat up around the bolt or the O2 sensor. Don't heat the O2 sensor, heat around it, and then press a crayon into it so that the wax goes in between the threads. That's how you fix rusty fasteners. This is the correct way to do it. This is the quick way to do it. And if it breaks, even after you did this, then it was going to break. There was nothing you could do to prevent it. And that's just straight up facts. So, now that you guys know that I have my box of crayons, and I have my O2 sensor, and I have my tap set with my bolt or with my socket to remove and my thread chase, what I want to do is verify that I have the right thread chase. So, what you can do is pull out your O2 sensor. Do not touch the actual sensor part. You can touch the connector. You can touch the base, but do not touch the sensor. This one's wrapped in plastic, so I'm good. There's a little bit of copper anti-seize. We want to put that copper on the threads and only on the threads. But you do not touch that sensor, you will wreck it. Once you touch that sensor, it's like touching the light bulb on a halogen light. Once you touch it, the bulb goes bad. Same thing on an O2 sensor. So I'm going to pull this apart and open it up. I want to get everything out of the bag. I also need to see where the connector is. And the reason I'm taking this out is I need to verify the threads. I'm going to show you guys how to verify threads. Right here, this is the copper. This goes on the threads only. Do not let that get on the sensor itself. So, this one has a twist tie. We want to remove the twist tie very carefully. Again, not touching that sensor. Okay, we're going to move this down and out of the way, exposing the wire. This one has a rubber grommet that it sits in a bracket. This is plugged into the side of the engine, and then this goes into the pipe before the catalytic converter. This is the upstream. This one has 4 wires attached to it. One is a heating element, one is a ground, one is an information signal wire. The other one is for relaying high and low. So we carefully remove the plastic without touching it. You guys can see the threads right there. How we check the threads is to set our chase on top. Make sure that our thread gaps are tight and they're not loose. We also want to verify the thickness is correct. So this is the right tap. You're usually only going to have 2 taps for O2 sensors. Now, to protect this, I'm going to carefully set this back on here. And I'm going to fold this up and set this over on my toolbox so I don't accidentally touch it. Also, I don't want to have it hit something on my toolbox, so I'm going to move that out of the way as well. All right, so I'm going to try one time to crack this O2 sensor loose without heat. If it goes, we're good. If it doesn't, I need to get out the heat and press a crayon into it. I press that crayon into it, I'm going to give it a little bit of time to cool off, then I may have to heat it up again in order to get it loose. So I'm going to start by disconnecting that wire. I'm also going to check that my O2 fits in this. So I need to verify that this is going to fit down in there. And it does. So this is the right one that I need underneath the car. Again, there may be 2 different size sockets, but for most part in the auto industry, these sockets are universal. I do have one other one that I can show you guys. Here is the other one. So both of these are O2 sensors, and they're both 7/8 of an inch. So these are actually a 3/8 drive socket, not a 1/2 inch. We could step up to the 1/2 inch and put an adapter on this. This would allow me to put a lot more torque down, but then again, I could cause other issues. So I'm going to go with this because then I'm not really torquing on it. If this doesn't do it and I have to step to heat, I will be putting an adapter on it and going to the 1/2 inch. First thing you need to do is disconnect the wire. And you need to do that from up top on this car. In the next few weeks, I'm going to be upgrading my crate setup. These egg crates are plastic, they're old, and they don't really hold up over time, and they're probably not as safe to stand on. So I will be upgrading those. I'm gonna move around to the front. I gotta reach my hand into the back. The engine is slightly warm, so this ain't making it any easier. Once I get it unplugged, I'll show you guys where it is. I might try a different tool. This tool here is used for removing connectors. You clip it on there, and you can pull the connector off. I'm not quite sure what my producer is meaning by that. All right, too hard to get in there. Yeah. Oh, one is being an absolute nightmare. Oh. So this connector is being a royal pain. It will not come off, which is a direct indication of what I'm going to be dealing with underneath. So oh. All right, so this is what's going on, guys. Let me grab the sensor. So here's our connector, okay? Press tab right here. What's happened is over the years of this being stuck together, this plastic, these two pieces of plastic are seized together, meaning that I can't get the two pieces to separate like they're supposed to. They're seized in together. What I need to do is now try to get something down in there like a flat screwdriver between the two and wiggle this connector back and forth so that I can try to get that out. Probably getting a lot of noise from me banging around, trying to get in there to get at this. All right, the connector is being an absolute nightmare. All right, I need to take a breather and think about this because what we're doing here isn't working. The connector is seized up. All right, guys. So with that seized connector, what's happening is the two pieces of plastic are bonded together. This happens when people don't do proper car maintenance over time. You know, this car is it is 20 years old. And in 20 years of a connector not being moved, touched, taken apart, they tend to seize together. And when they seize, we wind up running into issues where we can't disconnect them like we're supposed to. So in order to fix that, we got to get in there with something and pry that connection loose, get that connection broken up. And that's where I'm running into difficulties. Okay, I think I might have gotten it bent to a spot where I can stick the screwdriver down in between it, between the two connectors. Try to pop that connection loose. Oh, finally. All right. Guys, this is why I don't edit out my work. This is why I show you guys everything. It isn't that I don't want to make it look easy, because by any means, if I can make something look easier for you guys, I would do it. But here's the situation. Yeah, cut up. Whatever. That plastic seized into the socket. So what happened was I had to stick a screwdriver down underneath between the two pieces of plastic. I had to turn the blade and put pressure to pull this piece out. So by doing that, I was able to remove that and get that out of the way. That being said, that's only a piece of what we're going to have to deal with. I can only hope and pray that the O2 sensor comes out cleanly, and that we don't damage any exhaust gaskets in the process. If it's tight, like super tight, we're going to have to put heat on it. We're going to have to push wax into it. We're going to have to do that a couple of times in order to get it to loosen up, because I cannot damage any more components while fixing this exhaust. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I have to really get in here and get nasty with this thing. So I'm going to take my mic off for the time being, just set it down. And then what I'll do is I'll bring you guys down there so you guys can see what's going on. We'll see if we can get this cracked loose and then take the next steps. All right, everybody, what happened was my camera is glitching. Let me see if I can get this restored. I went to bring you guys down and my camera cut out, so I need to see if I can restore the camera. This is the struggles of doing live streaming, guys. Sometimes the camera glitches. All right. I do not know what happened there, guys. Awesome. I'm glad I was able to restore that camera. If the camera goes down, I don't really have a backup once I'm in a live stream. So it's not like I can switch to a different camera angle. Something I'm going to consider for the future, but right now I can't. So what I'll do is try to bring you down in there. What might have happened is I had the flashlight, it might have overloaded and just kicked it out. So Let's try moving you down there one more time. Okay, so it's kind of dark under there. What I'll do is I'll get underneath, I'll get some light, and then I'll get onto it and see if I can get it turned. Here's the issue though, is I will be taking off my mic for this, guys. Okay, so I wanted to check to make sure that you guys could see what was going on. Up by the Bad Wrench Automotive lettering, that's where the O2 sensor is. And you guys are seeing the wire hang down there in the center of the screen. So what I'm going to do is get a wrench on it and see if we can get this to turn. I'm going to give it a shot of penetrating spray also just before I start. There we go. Our wrench is finally on. Victory never tasted so sweet. So, we got it out. That is awesome news. What is left to do here is to put that copper thread sealant on it after we've chased our threads with our tap. So I'm going to get a smaller socket. Actually, I'll probably just use what's here. So I'm going to thread this in, and then I'm going to put the ratchet on it, and I'm just going to work the threads back and forth to clean them up before we put the new sensor on. All right, so I chased it by hand with my tap, and that cleaned up all the threads. So I did not need to get too carried away with that. Just gonna check a few things before I go back under. Awesome. Guys, it's good to have you here on this Saturday. We do this every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central. We are working on getting a lot of stuff going for you guys. So a lot more stuff to come in the future. This week we did oil change, O2 sensor, adjust idle on an old school throttle body. And now we're doing this O2 sensor, putting the new one in after removing the old. So what I'm doing now is I'm prepping the new O2 sensor before I go back under. And what I want to do is put a little bit of the copper anti-seize on. And then I'm going to thread this sensor in by hand and then only tighten it up with the wrench. So you might ask, what is up with the copper anti-seize? The copper anti-seize is designed for heat. It's designed to not be burnt off, which is why we need to put it on the threads. Oh. All right, so now that I'm mic'd back up, let me explain everything that just happened. So, yeah, you're going to get dirty, you're going to get cut. It's what happens when you do these projects. But here's the thing. We just saved ourselves $200 to $500 just by doing this job ourselves. This is not something that most people want to tackle, especially with the rusty fasteners. Those rusty fasteners can really add problems here. So how we handled that, as you guys saw, we disconnected our wire. We made sure that it was loose and we got the right socket. We put just enough pressure to crack it loose and let it come out smoothly. If we were needed to, we were ready with heat and we were ready with the crayons. The crayons we could have pushed in between the threads. It would have helped loosen it up and to take it out. Next, we chased the threads, making sure that the new threads were clean. As you guys saw, it was kind of hard to line it up where it needed to be. But when I did line it up, it threaded in by hand. That's what you want. You don't want to try to cross-thread it in there and hope that it seals up, because it won't, ever. And then you're going to have to replace that downpipe. So that adds more cost. The goal is to make sure that you can do the job cleanly. You don't want a situation where the repair turns into a failure because you were pushing it too hard or you were trying to rush. So avoid rushing at all costs. Give me ones if that all makes sense to you guys. Give me ones if everything I just talked about made sense to you guys. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So what I'm going to do is clean up. I need to put the connector on it. We need to get our scan tool out, because after we replace a sensor like this, we need to reset everything to make sure that the code isn't going to come back. And we will figure it out real quick if it does or doesn't. What we can do is we can try to start it without clearing the codes first. What this will tell us is if we fixed the code, it will clear the code right away, but it will remain in the memory of the computer. And this is how people can tell what work has been done to a car and what hasn't. When somebody replaces a bad sensor and it shuts off the check engine light, you haven't gotten rid of all the evidence that there was something wrong. That evidence is still stored in the computer in the history, and you'll see it as a history code, not a current code. So definitely something to pay attention to when you're buying your next car. Because when you buy a car and you scan it and you see a lot of history codes on codes for the vehicle, it should always raise a bunch of red flags. So let me get this stuff tightened up and get that wire on it. And we'll move into the next phase here. Guys, I got news coming, so make sure you guys stick around for that. The news will be coming up right after this repair. I am really going to push to finish this up and get into the news section. So I want to get this O2 sensor cleared up. Thank you guys for tuning in on this Saturday. We do this every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central. I will cover this in just a second. That's the old one. Okay, I'm gonna need the flashlight to get in here and see where that connector is. And then I have to get it plugged back into that same connector that we had problems with unplugging it. Okay, so I was checking to make sure that nothing broke or hanging up on that connector, because it does not want to snap in very well. All right, it connected. Very, very tight connection. I'll explain that here in just a bit, guys. First, let's give this a whirl. Let's see if by replacing that sensor, if we were able to shut off the code without clearing the computer. Now, it may not take effect right away, but it shouldn't take a long time to clear that code. Okay, so I'm sitting in the car right now, and I'm looking at the check engine light. So check engine light has not gone out. What needs to happen is I probably need to go out and drive this car to get that check engine light to go out. Or what I can do is go in here and see if that's still reading as an active O2 sensor code. If it's registering in the history, then I might be able to just clear it, and that would be the end of it. So I'm scanning now to see what's going on. So what happened before is I scanned it. It showed this code for the O2 sensor. All right, so I cleared all the codes. We can now start it up again and try starting it. If we have a persistent code, what will happen is that code will come back. We are running into a high idle issue, so I might have to look at the throttle body to see if maybe I got to pull that throttle body back apart. If I have to pull that throttle body back apart, then I might have to spray some stuff to kind of clean it out a little bit better. They put a sealant on the inside, and maybe that sealant has to be removed. But remember, we did lower the RPM on it, so realistically, we should have fixed that problem as well. Okay, so before it gets too bad in the garage to where I can't do anything else, there's one more thing we need to do. The AC is not working on this car, so what I plan on doing is grabbing a can of Freon and putting it in the car. I need to do this while it's running, while the AC is on max, so that it pulls the Freon through the system. If I have a leak and I put the Freon in, it's just going to leak it out again. But if I have a very, very slow leak, I'll be able to fill it back up and I'll have ice cold air conditioning. So let's go ahead and do that. It's going to be hard for me to talk while I'm out here because of the added noise. So you guys will see what I'm doing. And I'm going to find the service port, plug into the service port, and it's the small one, not the large one. So now that it's plugged in, what I'll do is squeeze this can in, and the compressor should kick on. I also shake the can to try to get it to go in. Okay, so it's not taking any of the Freon with the AC running. That tells me we may have to service that system separately, but I will leave that up to the customer. But yes, currently it is not taking any more Freon. And this is an old system, so there might not take any. Okay, I'm going to shut this down. All right. So this is what we got. Things are plugging along really nicely on this car. Let me cover the O2 sensor here with you guys real quick up close. I want you guys to kind of see what happened with this. So inside this, there's a heating element, and the code was thrown that the heating element was not working. So we had to replace this. And luckily for us, it came out. The threads were really clean. The wires are in good tact, which tells me that we don't have a wiring issue, that it wasn't a short in our connector. Our connector was solid, so we knew it wasn't a bad connector. It was just that the heating element part of this O2 sensor, this is an upstream O2 sensor. So what is an O2, or what is an O2 sensor, and what is an upstream and downstream O2 sensor? Upstream means that it reads before the catalytic converter. This gives valuable information back to the computer on how the engine's running. If it's running lean, if it's running rich, if it needs to adjust. This does a lot of work. The downstream O2 sensor only really tells the engine how much emissions is coming out and fine-tunes the adjustment. All it does. And if you guys were looking at trying to cheat these are very difficult to cheat. There are ways of doing it. There are kits online that you guys can bypass a catalytic converter by putting a cheater onto your O2 sensor. And what this does is tricks this O2 sensor to think that there's a catalytic converter. The problem is that one only really works for the downstream O2 sensor. So if you were thinking about doing that, remember, that's the only way you can do that, is to add that in there. And what that does is basically tricks that downstream one to think that the catalytic converter is still there. Meanwhile, you might have removed it. So that's an O2 sensor. This one's bad. There is no core on this. We throw these away when we're done or recycle them into the metal. Oftentimes, you could recycle these because there is precious metal in these. They will take and break these open and pull the copper wiring out. They will take the components out from inside of these, but it's not worth your time to do it because there isn't a lot of material here. So there isn't enough to really warrant worthy, doing it. Oftentimes, people will throw these into a metal recycling container and just recycle it that way. All right, guys, we are ready to transition into our news. Okay, so our news section goes kind of like this. Now, I could do the headlights, but I've already been on stream for 3.5 hours, which is a really good stream. Normally, I try to stick to about that 3-hour mark if I'm doing a big project. I knew today was going to go a little bit long. I know I have a little bit of time to play around with, but I'm not going to tackle these headlights and force it. If I tackle the headlights and something goes sideways, it's going to add more to the complication. Plus, crawling around in that engine bay kind of did some damage to the old shoulder here. In case you guys didn't know, I did suffer a workplace injury about 6 months ago. I can't really go into the details on who I was working for at the time. Let's just say it was a trash company. And I had a pretty nasty slip and fall. Landed square on my elbow, dislocating my shoulder, tearing a muscle. It turned into a really, really bad deal. And since then, I've gotten a different job. I work closer to home. Now I do these live streams for you guys. So just a little bit of history about what I'm doing for you guys and kind of what the plans are for the future. So we are trying to grow this channel. We live stream every Sunday, or Saturday, sorry, used to be Sunday. Every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central. And we are ready to transition over to the news. This is how we do our news, guys. I will pop this up on screen. I will adjust my camera so you guys can see me. All right. And now we get into the news. So, first one here is the 2026 GMC Acadia Denali. This is just a fancy name for very expensive luxury features. Not anything that I would be super, super concerned about from an article standpoint. It's going to be very boring. It's not going to give you a whole lot of details. They're only going to tell you what they need to tell you in those articles. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to that one. This one here, this is distraction news, guys. We've talked about this. We've talked about distraction news and how it can be used against us to get us to kind of comply. So we see ones like this and we choose to just straight up, not really worth our time. As we scroll down here, we're going to take a look. Ram's small truck won't wimp out with a unibody. Let's look into this. Their small truck is going to be sub 40K. It's considered a mid-sized pickup, which would put it on par with the Colorado, the Canyon, and the Ford Ranger. So this is a mid-size, not a mini. So this is not comparable to the Maverick, guys. Which the Maverick itself is a... just saying that they are looking into it. All right. You know what? I was going to cover this last week. Let me cover it right now since they got it up. This, guys, this is, we know what EVs are. We know the range on them. This is all hype and propaganda. Every bit of it. There is nothing in this news, and I will not play the sound. Because something like this, if I played the sound, it's going to get me copyright stricken. But this here is trash. You couldn't give me one of these.
What? What the fuck?
Look at all the technology in it. All this is designed for people who want the connectability to the truck. Reliability goes down when you buy vehicles like this. And the reason the reliability drops is because they sacrifice reliability, range, and everything else that's important to a vehicle for comfort. 3 different screens, that's what they're advertising. Also, this going on here with this shirt and the attitude, this is to try to drive people into wanting to buy it. But it should drive you in the opposite direction. This screams, I'm trying too hard. Ford Lightning was a failure. Still is a failure. And Chevy's EV Silverado, yeah, these are all failures, guys. So if you think Ram will do any better, you're wrong. And just because Stellantis still owns the company, they're not going to give up on this EV. When it comes to EV, this is the benchmark right here. But the mileage and the range on it sucks so bad, I'd never own one. Repair costs are through the roof. This is what happens when we buy EVs. All right, so now that I covered that, let's continue down here. This, as a mid-sized truck, dude, even I'd consider buying this. I would wait until it's been out for 2 years, and I'd buy a used one, very low mile, less than 30,000 miles, used one. But if it came with the extended cab setup like that, if it came with the body style like that, and it looked almost pretty much identical to the Colorado or Canyon, they're going to have a home run with this truck. They're going to appeal to that middle market that were buying the half tons because that was the smallest truck they could get. I'll put it this way right now. I know I'll be hitting this button if they release this truck just like this, but if they do, they're going to sell a ton of these.
Well, I sure hope somebody picks up that phone, because I f***ing called it!
If they build this truck just the way we see it, with very little modifications beyond this, they're going to sell a ton of these trucks. This is the market that people are after. And honestly, the extended cabs are more sought after than the quad cab. I hate to say it. The quad cab, the 4-door crew cab mid-sized trucks are just not where it is, because you're sacrificing box for the cab. And that's what it is. All of the ones that have the 4 doors have a shorter box. That is to keep it at a certain length of the truck. When they go to the extended cab, they can give you the bigger box. This is why I was looking for one like this. But then again, the prices are too high for the body style that I want currently. I need to wait a few years before I can buy the one I want. But all the ones I've been looking at happen to be a 4-door because that's all they make. Both Ford and GM have stopped making the extended cabs. If they made the extended cab, they would sell a ton of them. I'm calling it right now. Looks like they're going to do a price range of about $35 to $50K. At $35, you're going to be base model, base accessories, and it's going to be pretty stripped down. At $50, you're going to get a fully loaded with leather, the whole 9 yards, everything done up real nice. The only thing is that to pay 50 for a mid-size, you are in the ballpark of the Z71s and the Platinum Ford Rangers. You're not near Raptor territory by any means, and they could do a TRX version of this, which would push this probably closer to 70. So that's about all we're getting right now. It's saying that the plant is going to start production in 2027. That is a long ways out, guys. That's a long ways out. So a lot can change from now until then. And if they try to push these as EVs, people won't buy them. Stellantis needs to keep their hands off this. But I doubt they're going to. They're going to try to EV it. Okay, so let me cover this. Hold up. Let's back this up. Just because you can make something cheaper doesn't mean you make it better. When they make these batteries and they make them cheaper, what could happen is it's going to have a shorter range to it. It may not have the same range as the stock battery. And with the tax credit disappearing on the EVs, people are going to want to put battery packs in their vehicles rather than buying new ones because they're not going to get the nice hefty tax credit that they were getting. Remember what I said, EVs were propped up for one reason and one reason only. It's because of their very nice tax credits. Those tax credits are going to go away. And when they do, people are going to have to eat the real cost, and they're going to have to compare apples to apples finally. They have to compare the gas version to the EV version, and the EV will not stack up. Cost for cost, mileage for mileage, they will not stack up. When you have to consider putting a battery in around that 10-year mark, and the battery is a third of what the value of the vehicle is or more, you're not going to do it. So, that's what's pushing these batteries to do this. I want to see if they talk about mileage range on this. I know it's a... probably got to listen to it. They're probably not going to give it as a number. But again, it's a Toyota Prius, EV Prius, by the way. So here they tell you what precious metals are in these EVs. You've got nickel, magnesium, cobalt, aluminum. You also have platinum. So these are what make up the very, very, very expensive EV batteries. This is why they're not going to be able to make them cheap. They'll make them cheaper, but the problem is they're going to sacrifice something when they make it cheaper. So that's the breakdown of that. This is where we were at last week. They were talking about the supercar that they're building. So again, race cars don't always make it as production cars. Oftentimes when they rush them from track to production, they're usually a bad car. They usually got a lot of problems. It used to be the other way around, guys. It used to be, it was tested on a track, and then that when it went into production, the cars were actually more reliable when they came off the track. That's not the case anymore. So we're done on Motor Trend, guys. Scroll over here to the drive. This is another one. Just gonna scroll through and see if anything catches my eye here. Yeah, somebody took a Bronco Raptor and swapped in the 7.3 Gorilla engine. This is like squeezing basically 1,000 horsepower into something that probably weighs 6,000 pounds. This thing would actually probably decimate a lot of vehicles on the road. It's a lot of power put into a vehicle. I would like to see just how tight it is. I'm guessing you can't even change spark plugs. But you've got enough power to blow the tires right off the rims. We talked about Hertz and their scanners, and that they're going to scan it for damage, and any damage you're going to wind up having to pay for it. I also told you guys how it's going to affect your insurance rates. This is a bad deal right here. I told you guys about that a few weeks ago. It seems like this article is actually talking about what I said and how it's going to raise insurance rates on everyone across the board. All right, I'm going to check one more page. These are all news to get you excited. Meanwhile, they slide in right here. Rivian finally addresses new nav complaints. So what they're doing is they're showing you a whole bunch of flashy stuff. And then they show you what's happening with a customer complaint issue. This is how the news cycle works, guys. All right, hold up. Show. This is how the news cycle works. It isn't just in the automotive industry. This happens on all news. So you guys will hear it here first. Time for me to rip everyone apart when it comes to the news. I'm done playing these games, because what happens is they always shine the flashy object in front of you before they start pulling the wool over your eyes. It's not just happening in automotive news. I'm able to see it, and I'm able to point it out to you guys and say, hey, don't fall for this, because this is just flash. This isn't anything important. They're trying to get you hooked on this bad article. Meanwhile, the next article, they're sliding something in that you really did need to know. When it comes to recalls, they love doing that because they don't want to offend the auto manufacturers, because the auto manufacturers are giving them kickbacks. You gotta wake up and watch what happens around you. When you don't, you get the wool pulled over your eyes. This is happening even in our own government, guys. Anyone that's falling for this whole Epstein trash right now, guys, be very leery of anyone who's just hyping on and on and on about this whole thing. Yes, we know the situation. Everyone's wrapped up around who was on the list and who was on the island and who did this and who did that. Meanwhile, people are starting to look at what was passed in that big, beautiful bill. They're finding out that the tax credits weren't what they were told. So, we need to look at everything. Pay attention, watch when they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes, and look in the opposite direction. That's what you do. You don't stare at the flashy thing that they're trying to shove in your face. When I see 3 flashy articles in a row, I look to the next one, because chances are they're trying to cover something up. They're trying to not highlight a bad topic, and they're trying to distract you. And how I saw a distraction a few weeks ago, 2 articles, 2 different authors, same site. This was on Motor Trend. Big L on their part. Big L.
Bruh.
This flat out tells you that they're pulling shady stuff. When you start looking at articles and they're doubling up and their authors are writing 2 of the same articles, guys, look at the article before and after, because one of them has something you should know or need to know. Give me 1s if you agree, 2 if you don't, and tell me why. 1s if you agree, 2 if you don't, and tell me why. I'll wait for you guys to chat that in quick. 1s if you agree with what I just said, 2 if you don't, but tell me why. All right, looks like there's something I'll have to fix on my audio side. That might have hurt my views today. Apparently my audio isn't at the right bit rate for YouTube, so I got to adjust. All right. So I'm not seeing anything in the chat. I will go ahead and take it as you guys understood everything that just happened. As far as top fans today, let's look at the top fans. We've got Aim High, our producer, 250 XP. We got the official JLS sitting at 75. So that was top chats today. All right, so for next week, guys, next week, we're going to get the headlights put in this car. I do need to test drive this car, run this car out, make sure it's not going to come back with any check engine lights, and I'm going to do that over the week. I do have an issue with the AC not working, so I will have to work on that AC system and see what's going on there. I might have to drain the system and actually pull a vacuum on it to fill it back up. Sometimes when they're low and there's still Freon in it, you can put another can in it. That's what you guys were seeing me try to do. It did not work. It did not take, meaning that the system was completely stuffed, meaning I need to pull the air that's out of there in there. So that means that it probably drained out all the way. And when it drained out all the way, now I'm having to go in and pull a vacuum on it and restore it. That being said, we've done a lot of work to this car. We've got everything running right. We've got the idle right. We've got tune-up done on it. We got the O2 sensor fixed. Everything is looking really solid. There's one more thing I need to check, and I'm probably going to do that off camera. And I'll probably bring you guys in next week when and kind of show you what's going on with that once I get the car in a position to know on the headlights. So I do need to push this vehicle back. I don't want to leave it sitting up front like this, just in case we get any bad weather. I squeeze all 3 vehicles in. Yeah, so for next week, we're going to do the headlights. We're going to get the other stuff done on here that we need to go after and finish wrapping this up. Then it's going to go in for a fishbowl delete. And once that's done, it goes back to the customer unless we have to do a full brake job. So I will let you guys know that next week when we're looking at the brakes and while we're doing the headlights. That being said, guys, this has been a really good stream. We did a lot of different stuff. Everything from adjusting our idle to doing our O2 sensor to doing a full service on it and checking our spare tire, making sure it had air, which it didn't. So there's a lot going on that we did today. We got through a lot of stuff. We narrowed down a lot of problems that were there and just kind of put a final bow tie on a lot of the issues that we have. Now it's just a matter of wrapping the rest up and getting this thing back to the customer. And I'll talk to the customer and see if he wants to do a special live stream, kind of explain what he's doing with this car and why we did all the work that we did do to it. Because the work that we did to this is super important, because he's going to use it to move people around from their house to their job every day. And these people don't have a way to get around. And there's not enough public transportation around them to take public transit. So he's offering this service, but he needs this vehicle to be reliable and to run. So I will talk to him and kind of go from there. But guys, this has been an awesome stream. Thank you guys for tuning in on this Saturday live where we did the oil change, O2, and much more. So again, next week we will be here at 1 p.m. Central. Guys, I drop clips Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And I do a teaser for Thursday for the Saturday live stream. So make sure you guys are liked and subscribed so you guys don't miss out on anything. And as always, guys, I'll see you on the next one.